DK on the sports tip. Wildcats Radio 1290.
Edwards to the left of Johnson in the backfield. Trips right, single man left on the short side of the field. Johnson taking the snap count from the shotgun. Again, a long snap count. Arizona not jumping. Now takes the snap, back to throw, rolling to the right now, being chased. Throws it on the run, and it's caught over the 40 to the 50, breaking free. Midfield down to the Arizona 40, still alive at the 35 to the 30, and finally tackled. Big play when Kansas State absolutely had it, needed it. Jace Brown gets loose, and the yards after catch the difference. It'll be first down Kansas State inside the Arizona 30 at the 27.
Yeah, Avery Johnson did that a lot to the Arizona Wildcats last season in Manhattan. Big pass plays, big run plays, 111 yards on the ground, threw for a pair of scores in a 31-7 win for the Purple Wildcats. It is the rematch, and we are just a little under 24 hours from that rematch at Arizona Stadium. And what we coined earlier this week, this might be the biggest home game for the Wildcats, the most meaningful home game not named a Territorial Cup game at Arizona Stadium in some 10 years. One of the things that the Wildcats are going to have to be very wary of, we've talked about it a little bit this week. We'll talk about it extensively on the pregame show tomorrow. Meridian Wealth Management, Arizona Game Day, live from the U of A Mall at 1:30 p.m. Myself, Glenn Howe, Kelvin Ifan, join us for that. Is the ability of Avery Johnson, the quarterback for the Kansas State Wildcats, to run the football. And we saw a middling quarterback, Jackson Gilkey, last week have some success with the zone read option. Faking it, putting it in the gut of the running back, checking to see what that defensive end is going to do, and then pulling it out and skirting to the outside. And he was able to get some yardage out of that. Now, Avery Johnson, the talented quarterback for Kansas State, has not run yet this season like he ran last season. But this is still going to be something of concern for the Arizona Wildcats this particular ball game. And first of all, I've got these a little bit out of order, J-Dub, so go with me. I want you to hear from Brent Brennan first. We talked to Brent Brennan a little bit this week on defending the zone read quarterback option. Here's what the head coach of your Arizona Wildcats had to say about the Wildcats defense and them making sure that quarterbacks don't run crazy on them.
Yeah, they can't get sucked in. They have to play. They have to contain the quarterback. There's somebody responsible for him, right? And so we have to be smart with that. We have to be great with our eyes, especially, we mentioned Avery earlier, because he's such an effective runner, right? So we got to do a great job with that. I know our defense is coaching the hell out of that, and I'm confident we'll get it fixed.
Coach, in terms of that zone read defense, when the quarterback keeps the ball and you're the first guy that's supposed to be responsible gets sucked in, what's important for that defensive back who's kind of left out there like Michael Dansby was in that first instance in the game the other night?
Yeah, I think, the receiver's supposed to be blocking Michael Dansby too, right? So he's got to navigate both those things. To me, I would say that one of the ways that you eliminate that is by getting population to the football, and that's red line, right? So if we are living the red line and we are all over it, then if there is a mistake, we can hopefully erase it by playing with fanatical effort and getting people there and getting the ball carrier on the ground.
Now, that was one of the first play. I think it was, in fact, the first offensive play that Weber State ran in that game on Saturday night. They ran that zone read. Gilkey kept it, got about 16 yards. Leroy Palu was kind of on the end. He ran a little game with Trey Smith. So Trey Smith was the end. Palu was inside. Trey Smith curved around on an inside game. Palu came outside on it, but didn't maybe have enough contain. We're going to hear from Danny Gonzales on this as well. He kind of maybe thought part of it was Dalton Johnson's issue there, but your defensive back there, your corner, Michael Dansby, got put out on an island. in that situation. Now, I've been very impressed with the cornerback tackling so far for this Arizona defense. I think in at least the first 2 games, the cornerbacks have done a very good job of reacting in the run game, to being aggressive in the run game. That's something that you want to see, and it's something you don't necessarily always see with cornerbacks. But I think that Michael Dansby, Javion Cole have been very good in that respect so far in these first 2 ball games. Michael Dansby, I think in particular, has stood out to me in the run game. This particular instance, though, he had a wide receiver blocking. Actually, it was a tight end. He had a tight end blocking him, so a little bit bigger than, say, a wide receiver situation. As you heard the coach say, it was wide receivers. Actually was a tight end that was blocking him in that respect. And he didn't. We've heard that term that they were using in the spring and in camp, dominant contact. I think Tay Brown was the first one I heard use that phrase, dominant contact. And that's really engaging against that blocker, really engaging with an opportunity to make a tackle. And Michael Dansby didn't necessarily use that technique as well as you would have liked him to in that particular instance on that particular run. And Brent Brennan is right. You've got to have all hats to the football. All hats to the foot. In that particular play, maybe there weren't as many guys out there. Like I said, when I'm breaking down the tape and I was watching it, I was like, man, Dansby's out there all by himself. That's because there weren't enough hats to the football. They weren't redlining. You've heard that phrase. They weren't redlining on that particular play like they should have, and it went for 16 yards against Weber State. And I'll say it again. You make mistakes like that tomorrow night, 16 yards will be 60 yards from Avery Johnson and 6 points for Kansas State. So the Wildcats have been working on that throughout this week, and hopefully they are set to go when it comes to defending the running quarterbacks, because this ain't going to be the first one they see this season as we get into Big 12 play.
What if I told you that Avery Johnson had more carries last year? Well, same amount of carries last year as Noah Fafita's had in his entire 3-year career. Surprisingly, though, you said he might take it 60 yards to the house. Would it surprise you that 33 yards is the longest run Avery Johnson's ever had?
Oh, yeah, I would say that's probably about correct.
113 carries last year for 605 yards. And obviously sacks are, baked into quarterback carries. But a lot of that, DK, as you said, last year my memory of Avery Johnson was whenever Kansas State needed a big play, Avery Johnson, either via his arm or his legs, made it happen.
Yeah. You got to keep your eyes on him. I mean, eyes are going to be very important. I mean, that was that. Remember, Rich Rodriguez used to always talk about the eyes. You got to have your eyes right. And that's going to be extremely important in this particular ball game tomorrow. In fact, let's hear now from Danny Gonzales. We'll get a little bit of his thoughts on the defense's play in that game against Weber State. We didn't get this to yesterday. Obviously, we're out on location at Showtime Cards. Let's hear from Danny Gonzales on the Weber State performance, as well as how they need to defend running quarterbacks coming up starting this week against Kansas State.
Last week was 12 series. This week was 11. We'll break it down simple. It went punt, punt, interception, punt, punt, punt. First half's done. Okay, got an interception on the third series, and then you come out. The ones are going to get one series in the second half because the score has been dominant for, and they screw that one off, and they go down and they miss a field goal. Okay, next series is a pick six, and then so you go miss field goal, interception, punt, 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 game over. Sorry, punt, field goal, punt. So I made a field goal against our 2s and 3s, which is frustrating because you do want a clean sheet. 10th series, most frustrating drive of the whole day. Maybe the 7th because your 1s are still out there, and they gain those yards and miss a field goal. 2 of 13 on third down was really good. The big negatives: 4 runs of over 10 yards, and the very first one of the game is a 16-yard run by a quarterback who we talked about all week is going to run on you and run zone read. And so the very first play of the game, we're in a really good spot and understanding how we do things and what we do and not being over-aggressive when we don't need to be, and being and when I say over-aggressive, like not slowing down, we're not going to hit people, but knowing where your fits are going to be. We are not a gap control scheme, and I'll explain some more of that here in just a minute. Like, you've got to understand what gaps are going to be canceled if guys don't make mistakes. And so we've got an outside linebacker and a safety that are too aggressive to the interior run, which ain't going to happen. And so the quarterback pops it, and then we have a DB who we talk about wanting dominant contact. When a blocker comes to you, doesn't make dominant contact. And the best part of that 16-yard run on the first play of the game by Gilkey, who Avery Johnson will do the same thing, and it'll be 60, it won't be 16. But our sideline is annihilating the DB that wasn't aggressive enough on the block. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be all right. Like, the standard is the standard, and he didn't live up to it. And so they were all over him, and he played great the rest of the game. So we go 4 plays later, and we get a punt. So we stop them. We get a big third down on that series, 3rd and 1, and we stop them. Again, 3rd and 1, the offense should have the great advantage, and we do a great job and stop them. They're going to go 4 on 4th, they jump off sides, which we gave them 2 first downs by jumping off sides later in the game, which are the penalties that you have to eliminate. Like, I heard Seth talking about, a guy gets outside and they hold and all that stuff. Moving ball penalties are going to happen. We can't have 9, but moving ball penalties are going to happen, a couple here and there. But like offsides, when you have them in 4th down and you jump when they hard count, that's like the most juvenile thing ever. Like, we got to solve that. Okay, the play where, and the 2 interceptions I talked about on the 3rd drive and the 6th drive, like when we were recruiting Trayton and Dalton and Marquise and all those guys to stay, and Jen, like one of our big selling points was in a 4-year period at San Diego State, we had 84 interceptions, led the nation in 4 years. Okay, so like we're gonna hit quarterbacks, and you're gonna have opportunities to intercept the ball. And now the big reason was we had really good players in the secondary there. Well, my appeal to them was, we've got really good players here in the secondary. Well, right now we're leading the nation in turnovers gained. We have to sustain that for the next few weeks, 12 to be exact, so that we can continue down that path of what we did. But we have good players, and we're hitting the quarterback. The first interception was a 3rd down that Gavin's got a great break on the post that Jen intercepts because the ball goes off the receiver's hands, partly because we'd already early on we'd been knocking the tar out of the receivers. Well, if you watch Jackson Gilkey on that play, Deshaun McKnight has we show a 6-man pressure and don't bring 6, and they screw up the protection. And Deshaun McKnight, who's a big man, comes scot-free at the quarterback and about breaks, looked like whiplash. And give Jackson Gilkey a lot of credit because the dude got up every time. And after the game, like, I love to go find those guys and be like, man, you're a tough sucker. Like, I respect the hell out of you because, like, you kept getting up, and there's plenty of opportunity for you not to. So, like, good for him. Like, he looks like a big old tight end playing quarterback. Who had 40 yards rushing, and Avery Johnson will be a similar body type. So the excitement to defend that this week.
There you go. That is Danny Gonzales. Just a little bit of Danny Gonzales. There's always a lot of bit of Danny Gonzales. But breaking down again what this team has to do in that quarterback run situation, which is going to, to me, that might be one of my biggest keys for tomorrow night's game.
How do you eat an elephant?
One bite at a time, one small bite at a time.
Yeah, and so, I think the first press conference that Coach Gonzales did was 44 minutes. Last week's was 43. This week's was a short 38 minutes.
Yeah.
But, yeah, unfortunately, our show, DK, is not long enough for us to be able to play it all. But I highly encourage every U of A sports fan out there to go and listen to Danny Gonzales' full pressers. It's amazing.
We'll have the Clip Notes version again for you tomorrow on the pregame show like we did last week. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. Again, short show on Thursdays. That's because we've got NFL Thursday night football, and it is Jacory Croskey-Merritt and the Washington Commanders against the Green Bay Packers and Micah Parsons tonight. So we'll have that game coming up for you with coverage starting at 4:30. I got a whole bunch of props in this game to give you before we get out of here, our BetMGM Network top plays. We're going to talk some more Arizona football, though, coming up. Brian Jeffries will join us coming up here, as well as Calvin Ifan, the captain, our Arizona insider, in the second hour of the show as we get you set for tomorrow night's final non-conference game of the season, Arizona and Kansas State, 2 Big 12 teams playing in a conference that will not actually count in the standings. Cricket is also here, getting you home every 20 minutes on the fives with your traffic and your weather.
From the AutoNation Honda and BMW of Tucson Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together. Collisions reported 12th in Valencia and 12th Avenue. Crash Midtown, Alvernon near Grant on Alvernon to the north of Grant. There are some southbound slowdowns on Alvernon approaching Grant. Also back up southbound Swan at Grant. Rain is possible after 5 today. Tomorrow, 96 with a 20% chance of rain and 98 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by King's Hawaiian Sliders.
Eli Manning here. There's nothing like football and King's Hawaiian Sliders. There's something about those soft, fluffy, irresistible King's Hawaiian Sliders that make them a winner on game day. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your grocery store. King's Hawaiian. There's nothing like it.
Discover luxury at BMW of Tucson, your premier BMW dealership. Explore our extensive inventory, lease specials, and state-of-the-art service. Visit us at the Tucson Auto Mall or at bmwoftucson.com today.
Tune into Wildcats Radio 1290 weekly for Brett Brennan's Football Press Conference, where you can catch up on all things Arizona football this season. The Football Press Conference, sponsored by Coors Light.
So hot. Hi, can I help you?
Good afternoon. We're with Goodfellas AC Rapid Response Team.
But I didn't call yet.
That's how fast we are, man.
Just as I thought. This AC is out.
No, we're not gonna lose it. Come on. Come on. Don't you die on me.
Johnson, get a hold of yourself. Sorry, we take this very seriously.
Wow, you fellas are good.
It's not just a name, ma'am.
It's who we are kind of thing.
Good service, good prices, Goodfellas. GoodfellasAC.com.
There's a moment when everything changes, a moment of unimaginable loss. But after the grief comes the funeral bill, the mortgage payment, the lost paycheck, the reality that your family is now unprotected. Don't let that be your family's future. The risk is too big, and the solution is too simple when you work with SelectQuote. Life insurance can give them future financial security, and it can give you peace of mind now. We do all the hard work for you, and we've been doing it for over 40 years. Our licensed insurance agents compare over 100 policies for you from some of the nation's most trusted carriers in as little as 15 minutes. And during Life Insurance Awareness Month, there's no better time to act. Your family's financial future is a choice. Let us help you make the right one.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Football season is here.
Oh, man.
Believe has the podcast to enhance your football experience. From the pros.
One of the most interesting quarterback rooms.
To college.
Michigan is set at 8.5 wins.
To fantasy.
If you feel that way, why didn't you trade him?
Become a better fan and listen to the football podcasts from Believe.
Just search Believe. That's BLEAV podcast.
Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hey, it's David Kelly, DK on the Sports Tip. Don't forget to download the Wildcats Radio 1290 app. It slaps. We've got full coverage of the Wildcats, the Suns, the Cardinals, the Diamondbacks, Pima College. Download the Wildcats Radio 1290 app today.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports, sponsored by Allstate. You're in good hands. The Las Vegas Aces are on a 15-game winning streak, which is tied for the third longest in WNBA history. The record belongs to the 2001 LA Sparks, who rattled off 18 straight wins the year they took home their first league championship. The Aces won their second straight WNBA title in 2023, and they look poised for another deep postseason run. On Tuesday night, they dominated the Chicago Sky by a score of 92-61. Aces guard Jewel Lloyd scored 15 off the bench and became just the 16th player in league history to reach 6,000 career points. Lloyd won 2 WNBA titles with the Seattle Storm, and in her first season with Las Vegas, she's part of another championship-caliber squad.
The cool thing on this roster is everyone feels valued. Everyone knows they have a role in this team, and we constantly encourage people, probably over-encourage people to be themselves.
With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Erica Herskowitz on Westwood One.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No! Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
DK on the sports tip. Wildcats Radio 1290.
520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. We got a sweet deal coming up for you tomorrow morning at 8:30. I'll tell you about that straight ahead. A couple of sweet deals tied into one. First, though, let's talk some Arizona Wildcats football. Please be joined by the voice of the Wildcats, Brian Jeffries. It is the Wildcats and the Wildcats for a second straight week, and for the second week in a row, the other Wildcats wear purple from Kansas State. Brian, obviously you went to Manhattan last year, and it was a pretty raucous kind of environment for our first kind of a foray into the Big 12, even though that was not a Big 12 game. Going to be very important for, I think, the environment that they see in return here on Friday in Tucson to be much like that raucousness that we saw last year in Manhattan.
Yeah, I think when you go on the road in the Big 12, David, you've got to be prepared for that. And, you know, Kansas State needs to be prepared. But, again, they've been around this conference longer than Arizona. So I think those players, and, in fact, those veteran players, and they've got a number of them, are certainly accustomed to getting on the road. I don't think the heat's going to be a major problem. Again, it's been very warm and humid back in Kansas. So, and they're angry right now. They don't like the fact that they're sitting at 1-2. That's not where anybody surrounding that program thought they would be. So I have a feeling they're going to come here and play their absolute best. It's going to be up to Arizona to answer that, and I think the fans as well. So even though, you know, the Kansas State team has been in tough environments before, they haven't been here. And so how can it be unique? How can it be different? I know the Zona Zoo is going to turn out, and you know, if that place gets going, we know how tough it can be on visiting teams. So I think that's a very important factor.
You know, I thought it was interesting this week. Seth Dagey kind of came out and said that, you know, we can't even really watch last week's tape because it's Army and they don't really do the same kind of things that a lot of the Power Four conferences do. From your standpoint, I mean, like when you go back and I know you watch a little bit of tape of the teams coming in here as well. Did you go back and watch the Iowa State game versus watching what happened last week? Or are you watching, you know, all of those games to kind of see who the players are, the personnel, and what they're doing?
I went back and watched last season because Seth Dagey mentioned earlier this week that none of the three opponents that Kansas State has played has faced a defense that Arizona has.
Yeah.
I mean, They are heavy. We know what Army is, but they've faced heavy defenses. Arizona's different from that. And so you have to go back to last season to find a team that Kansas State played other than Arizona that was similar to what the Wildcats do. And so that's what he did. And so I thought, okay, nice tip. Thank you, Coach. I'll go back and look at some stuff from last year. Not that I'm going to sit here and tell you that it's easy to dissect because I'm not a football coach, but I thought it was interesting that he looked at it that way. But certainly last week, looking at that, I mean, there's no way that you can put any comparisons up. And the same thing in terms of what Kansas State tried to do offensively against Army because, it's just not the same. So anyway, look at last year, see what they do. And I don't think Kansas State is going to change a whole lot. It's really going to be up to Arizona, I think, to adjust to what they see.
Brian Jeffries is our guest. He is the voice of the Arizona Wildcats. It is Arizona and Kansas State on Friday night at the stadium. Brian, one of the things that at least we saw last year was Avery Johnson's ability to run the football. And I've said I think that's going to be one of the keys, although he hasn't maybe run it as much this year, at least through these first 3 games. He is a threat, and that's something that this defense really hasn't seen. They saw it a little bit last week as Jackson Gilkey did get outside on him a couple of times for some runs, but not to the extent they're going to see it from guys like Avery Johnson and Devin Dampier coming up.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and I can't get inside what's going on at Kansas State right now. I don't think anything's going on negatively. But Avery Johnson's, average is down about a yard per game.
Yeah.
Now, granted, last week, he didn't have a chance really to do much in the second half because they didn't have the ball in the second half. And hardly had the ball at all during the game. So, we know how dangerous he is. He's been around for a couple of years now, and I would suspect that they're going to do exactly what they usually do. And I think Gilkey gave the Wildcats a little bit of a look like that, but he doesn't have the speed or really the experience that Avery Johnson has. So, that's going to be the major key for the Wildcats. They cannot allow him to get to the edge and, put some chunk plays up on the Wildcats. They've got to contain him somehow, force him to throw the ball. I mean, he's a good thrower. The guy's really good. So it doesn't matter if you stop the run. He can still throw the ball, but you got to contain him and not allow him to do what he did last year when he ran for 110 against the Cats back in Manhattan.
Well, Brent, I know we're not Army, and I know that with Seth Dagy's new offense, they like to try to play fast. But what would be the formula to try to keep the ball out of Kansas State's hands as much as possible? Do you slow it down? Because, they're running a lot of that no huddle and get to the line and get the ball off quickly. So that leads to some, quicker drives, especially if you're hitting on some chunk plays like they did with the big run in week 1 by Quincy Craig and they did with the big pass plays last week. And you're kind of putting your defense out there quite a bit when you score quickly. I mean, do you look at it maybe that way and say, let's maybe we slow it down a little bit more ball control to try to keep it away from Kansas State as much as we can?
Well, that's 2 questions that I've asked Brent Brennan. One of them before the season started. I asked him about the tempo and so on when Seth Dagy came in as the new offensive coordinator. And he said, look, we're going to be able to adjust whichever way. We can play slow. We can play fast. No one should be able to put a label, even though, yes, they'd like to go no huddle, et cetera, but it doesn't mean they're going to do that every game, every half, every down. So I think that's going to be interesting to see. A lot of it's going to have to do, I think, with the score of the game. If you're ahead, you don't maybe want to run as fast. If you're behind, well, maybe you have to catch up.
Yeah.
And the other half of it is that you've got to go out and just play your game. I mean, that's it. As the second question that I asked Brent was, with the chunk plays Arizona's put up so far, do you like to run those? Would you like to see those? And that sounds like a stupid question, but he said, every play we call is designed to score. And that's the truth. I mean, you'd like to score on every play that you run. And so I just don't think you don't change a lot in a game like this. I think, again, how the game unfolds is going to tell us a little bit more. I will say this, that just based on what I'm seeing this week, that I think the playbook's going to be opened up a little bit more, and it's not that Arizona held back a lot over the first 2 games, but just the same, game 3, and you've got a big opponent, you're probably going to see a few more twists and turns than you saw in games 1 and 2.
Brian Jeffries is our guest. He is the voice of the Arizona Wildcats, U of A, K-State for the second time in this new Big 12 alliteration. Will happen tomorrow, 31-7. K-State won it last year in Manhattan. First time these guys have been here in quite a long time. Brian, we said earlier in the week that it feels like, and I'll get your thoughts on this, that this is the biggest home game in a while. Because, I mean, if last year it felt like you really didn't, you went on the road, you got beat at Kansas State, you won the game at Utah, you came home and got beat pretty good by Texas Tech, and it never really seemed like there was a big, momentous type of home game that you could really necessarily get excited about, although we get excited about every Saturday because we love college football. But it seems like this is the first really major home game in about 10 years that's not a territorial cup game. Do you get the sense that maybe there's a different feel about this game?
Well, I look at it a couple of ways. You only get 12 chances, and so every game's big. For the Arizona program at this current stature, it's a big game because just like last year, they beat a Mountain West team, they beat a FCS team, and then they lost to Kansas State. Same thing they've gone through this year, Mountain West, FCS, and now they get Kansas State. The difference, of course, it's at home. And I don't think you can judge the season by this one game. I think it's big because it's a Big 12 opponent. If Arizona wins it, I mean, it's a great stepping stone to where they want to go. If they lose it, it doesn't mean that the season can't turn out to be as good as they want it to be. But it is a game, a barometer game to see where they're at right now. How far have they progressed from year one to year two under Brent Brennan? We know the talent's better. Everywhere we look, we say it's an upgrade from where they were a year ago. So now they go out to see, how much has that, how do they gauge that now against one of the better teams in the Big 12? That's the way I look at it. And, I desperately want to see the Wildcats win. I think it would be great to be 3-0 going to a bye week and getting set for Iowa State. But I don't think you can put too much on it because you got too many games left to play.
Brian Jeffries, our guest, voice of the Arizona Wildcats. Brian, this defense under Danny Gonzales, one of the mantras, has been violent, dominant contact, dominant force contact, and all of that. We've seen the defensive backs hitting guys hard on the edges, in space. We obviously saw, unfortunately, the situation with Jabari Mann getting ejected in the first half with a targeting last week. Do you think and that's something I think we have to watch with this new kind of philosophy, are we going to see potentially more targeting penalties? And if those start to stack up, do you think that's going to force Arizona to have to dial back that mentality?
Well, I would say, no, you're not going to dial it back because you're not going to target. And that's one thing that was talked about this week. I mean, last week they had, 3 holding penalties. Actually, they had 5, and 2 of them were declined. So they had 3 holding penalties. They had the targeting. You just don't do that. I think that's what Brent Brennan told his guys. Look, you just don't do it. That's the bottom line. And you talk about it. You go through it during practice. You just don't do it. But you have to continue. I mean, Danny Gonzales says the FVP, the fast, violent, physical football. And that's the way they're going to play. And they just have to make sure that they do it in the scope of the rules. And I think the team has gotten the message this week. And speaking of penalties, David, as you've seen, if you look at the stats, that is a major factor in tomorrow's game. Kansas State, one of the fewest penalized teams in the nation the last couple of years, including this season. And Arizona's coming off 10 and now 18 for the season. And they just can't allow it. Kansas State has been penalized 11 times in 3 games. Arizona's been penalized 18 and 2. That tells you right there that that could obviously change the game. The Wildcats have simply got to play a disciplined game because Kansas State's going to.
All right, Brian Jeffries, Lamont Lovett will be on the call 6 o'clock along with Mackenzie Hamilton, Arizona, and Kansas State. Brian, appreciate you. Have a great call tomorrow.
All right, thanks. We'll see you.
Brian Jeffries, the voice of the Arizona Wildcats. It's I said I was going to write it down, and I didn't. You're 39, I think is what it is. You're 30, yes, 39, because next year is 40. That's how I got to remember it. Next year is his 40th season as the voice of the Arizona Wildcats. That's incredible. Well, when you think, who is it? I had a friend, one of my friends back in Ohio. He just retired. He worked at the same place for 40 years. I still think that's unbelievable to work at the same place for 40 years, but that'll be...
So Dragon Ball will touch
Brian
base with
Jeffries
you
next
in
year.
2064.
2064.
Yeah, you'll have one of those. They give out those plaques. You know, I think they give out plaques starting at 10 years here with Cumulus.
It used to be a watch, wasn't it? It used to be a watch they gave you. Now it's a plaque.
No. Wow, they were giving out stuff back in the day.
Used to be pensions too, man. Let's not go down that road.
Pensions, holiday bonuses, and all that kind of stuff, huh? We haven't seen that kind of thing in a while. DK on the sports tip, 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. We've got much more coming up for you. Your BetMGM Network top plays. I got a lot of props for the Commanders and the Packers. We'll get you these props so you can get on over to Sol Sports, Casino del Sol, or BetMGM and lay those bets down for tonight. Cricket is getting you home every 20 minutes on the 5. She's got your traffic and your weather.
From the Auto Nation Honda and BMW of Tucson Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together. Collisions reported. Silver Lake and I-10 reported on Silver Lake at I-10. 12th and Valencia and 12th Avenue, and also Alvernon to the north of Grant Road. Some southbound slowing on Alvernon approaching Grant. There is rain possible after 5 this afternoon. Tomorrow, 96 with a 20% chance of rain, and 98 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 traffic and weather together.
This report is sponsored by Superstar Car Wash.
Superstar Car Wash, the car wash with superpowers. Sign up for a free car wash today. That's right, totally free for a limited time. Because we love what makes you shine. See website for details.
Tobacco Barn presents the continuing saga of Captain Tobacco.
My hero!
To advertise up to 40% off at Tobacco Barn, paying no city or state sales tax, and saving up to $3 off with a coupon at tobaccobarntucson.com, I'm going to jump from this airplane at 30,000 feet.
I hope he's careful.
It's Tucson's only place to save up to 40% on all your favorite tobacco products. You'll pay no city or state sales tax because they're on the reservation.
Wait, where's the ripcord?
And save up to another $3 off with a coupon at tobaccobarntucson.com.
Oh no, he forgot his parachute. I did it! Hooray! That's why I'm Captain Tobacco. Captain, you seem a little shorter. I prefer vertically challenged, my dear.
Tobacco Barn, Nogales Highway just south of Valencia. Check tobaccobarntucson.com.
Or did everyone else get taller?
Oh, brother.
Wow, this is bad.
Oh, no. How bad? When will my AC be fixed?
You know, I don't know. It's your flux capacitor. They don't make them anymore. Special order. Couple grand easy.
Oh, my God. What?
Don't get air-conned into paying for shoddy service and stuff you don't need. Put Goodfellas on the job. Goodfellas AC will repair or install your AC the right way the first time. You'll know up front exactly what it'll cost and how long it'll take. No surprises and free second opinions. Good service, good prices, Goodfellas.
Kick off your week with Wildcats Radio 1290 for Modelo Mondays from 6 to 7 p.m. at Union Public House. Enjoy a refreshing Modelo, spin to win prizes, and more. Sponsored by Modelo, brewed for full-time Cats fans, an official partner of Arizona Athletics.
Sean Furrier here for Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. Whether you're new to Arizona or you've been driving here for decades, we all share the same roads and the same extreme driving conditions like extreme Arizona heat, extremely large potholes, some extremely flooded roads, and there's always extremely distracted drivers, pedestrians, and that guy who drives a scooter backwards into oncoming traffic. You're driving in the world's largest video game, stopping, starting, turning, heating up, and cooling down. And that's just your afternoon commute. Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care's 14 award-winning locations have been helping drivers just like you get home safely for over 60 years. With top-quality tire brands, no hidden extras, and one low price. Jack Furrier has everything you need to stay in the game, like wheel alignments, batteries, brakes, air conditioning, service at prices that won't break the bank. Ask a neighbor or friend about Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care's friendly service, or stop by, make an appointment online, or call ahead to the local's choice. Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care, since 1960, here to get you there.
Get your backyard summer ready with a custom pool from First Choice Pools. A backyard oasis built around you. First Choice is a full-service builder of beautiful in-ground pools and backyard designs for years of staycations. If you want to dive in this summer, now is the time to visit TucsonPoolBuilder.com. First Choice Pools for installs, renovation, remodeling, and repair. Get started today at TucsonPoolBuilder.com. Ask about our 60-day pool. To be summer ready, First Choice is the only choice.
This is Ron. I'm the president of Alaskan AC. Our main job is keeping you comfortable, and we hope that puts a smile on your face. But we recently met someone we just made smile just by being on the radio.
I giggle every time I hear you guys come on. My daughter laughs at me because I can hear the jingle start, and I immediately turn the volume up.
That's our new friend, Charisse. Not a customer, just somebody who needed a laugh, and we just happened by.
My husband passed away 5 years ago. I was diagnosed with cancer 5 years ago. I fell into a very dark depression. You guys make me so happy, so I can't say thank you enough. I really, truly can't.
That's awesome. No matter how we made you happy, we just want to say thanks. You're the reason we've been keeping Arizona chill since 1972.
The Grizz cracks me up, and I've actually repeated it to people because some of them don't know who you guys are. So I have to say, oh, you have to listen to them. They're so funny.
Reach out anytime at AlaskanAC.com.
Let's pump the brakes on the Green Bay Packers. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Everything you see, everything you read, Packers elite, great defense, Super Bowl contender. I'm just not there yet. Give me the points. Jaden Daniels and the Commanders getting 3.5 at BetMGM. I'm Sammy Pete from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
This is Andrew Bogish with a Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. It feels wrong to have the usual sports takes today. There are many things on our minds, big and small, so let's just be thankful again that games are there to distract us. If you need a minute today, there's football, baseball, and basketball. I hope it helps. I'm Andrew Bogish.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy, so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
DK on the Sports Tip. Wildcats Radio 1290.
All right, your Diamondbacks are off today on the road in Minnesota after avoiding a sweep in San Francisco with a day game on Wednesday. And one of the key factors was Geraldo Perdomo.
Perdomo jacks one way up in the air, and this one's going to go. What a start for the Diamondbacks. Perdomo belts it into right. Alec Thomas scores. They stop Tim Tawa at third. Second RBI for Perdomo and a 3-0 lead. That's 4 hits in the inning for the Diamondbacks. And that's going to be it for Seymour. Here comes Bob Melvin.
Diamondbacks Download. Baseball talk.
Geraldo Perdomo, 2 for 4, 2 RBIs, hit that home run, also had a walk in the ball game. He was on base 3 times. We'll get to that in a little bit here. On the mound, though, how about Eduardo Rodriguez?
Swung and missed at the fastball, and Eduardo gets strikeout number 2. Hard to third. What a stop by Blaze. Long throw. Tower hung on and got him. What a play on both ends. Blaze, Alexander, and Tim Tawa. Sensational. Swing and a miss. Erod goes to that changeup. Picks up strikeout number 3. And as you said earlier, it's Blaze Alexander. Come on. Oh, my. Wow. Yeah, he did. It's right there on the corner. And Gabe Morales rings up Devers. 6 strikeouts, 6 scoreless for Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah, he would get an out in the 7th, 6 1/3 shutout innings for Eduardo. Just 2 hits, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts to pick up the victory. Diamondbacks beat the Giants by a score of 5-3 to avoid the sweep, as Woodford and Salfranc would come on and give up some runs late, but Salfranc able to shut the door in the 9th inning to get to complete the ball game and get the save for Arizona. So interesting now, Geraldo Perdomo, he had 2 hits and a walk, so he was on base 3 times. Did you know that Geraldo Perdomo is second in all of Major League Baseball in most games reaching base 3+ times? Second overall.
That's like what, the Ichiro stat?
Could be. He might have.
That's reaching that, yeah.
Could be. Do you think you can name? So he's number 2. Do you think you can name at least 2 of the other guys in the top 5?
They have to be speedy guys who can
not
find
necessarily.
Holes. Well, 3 times. Most times they've been on base 3 times a game. So either they're really good at drawing walks, or they're really good at running out singles.
Yes, I would agree with both those statements. Maybe the first one more so than the second.
So, who's on top of the base on balls list? That would be
base on balls. I would probably have to say Bonds might be.
No. This is this season.
Yeah.
This not career. Yeah, most games reaching base 3+ times this season. Geraldo Perdomo has done it 38 times. The leader has done it 42 times.
Part of me wants to say for some reason Altuve, but I feel like that's not accurate.
No. J-Dub initially said guys who walk. Think of guys who walks a lot. Who are guys that you don't want to pitch to?
The guys who are scariest hitters, yeah. So
exactly.
We're talking about like Shohei and
Shohei's on the list. He's third. On the
problem
list.
is the judges of the world have been injured a lot of the season, right?
But he's still number 1 on the list.
Yeah, I mean Aaron Judge and Shohei are the 2 scariest hitters.
So Aaron Judge is number 1. He's reached base 3+ times in a game, 42 times this season. Geraldo Perdomo 38, Shohei 36. That's 1, 2, 3. I don't know if you'll get 4 and 5 here.
Have you seen the video of Judge not being able to throw the ball from right field? Yeah, his arm's dead. He has to hit the cutoff man every single throw. Yeah, every single one.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
4 is Vladimir Guerrero. He and Ichiro both with 36 times. And 5th is Juan Soto, who's done it 34 times this season. Most games reaching base 3+ times. You know a guy who's really impressed with Geraldo Perdomo? How about the manager of the Giants, Bob Melvin?
What a fantastic story and a fantastic player. I feel so good for him that they extended him, because I think that probably took a little off his plate. I mean, as far as how he goes about his business. But he's a terrific defender. He's a switch hitter who's really figured it out right-handed as well. He's got a lot of speed. He plays with a lot of confidence and a lot of joy for the game. There are very few guys in this game that I watch from the other side and enjoy watching them play as much as him. Fantastic story and a great kid. Every time he comes to the plate, he looks at me and he salutes me. I've yet to have a conversation with him yet, and at some point in time I will, but he's one of my favorite players in the game.
How about that? That's high praise from a manager in your division right there for Geraldo Perdomo, who is now in his 4th big league season at just 25 years old. So he's got, obviously the numbers have just skyrocketed this year. That home run yesterday, his 18th. He had never hit more than 6 in any of the previous 3 seasons. And 93 RBIs is double his best season 2 years ago when he was an all-star driving in 47 runs.
It's just,
so big season here for Geraldo Perdomo.
When I hear the guy with the most triples, the team with the most triples, the team that scores the most runs for the first 5 innings, the guy who gets on base second most among all Major League, 3 times on base per game, I mean, it just makes you it's the whole what if questions of the middle relief and like what they could have done with their bullpen and injured starters this year, because I don't think this team should have been sellers at the deadline. When you see what's happened since, and not to mention, they had the number 2 home run hitter at the time before the deadline, 2 or 3. So yeah, I mean, there's just all these numbers come out, but yeah, 25 years old and putting up those kind of numbers, and DK, hearing that kind of praise, like you said, from a manager within that division, I mean, there's got to be nothing better than that.
All right, speaking of injuries, we'll get to Ketel Marte in a minute, but let's hear from the skipper, Torey Lovullo, after the 5-3 win on his starter, Eduardo Rodriguez.
Eddie just, was pounding the zone, 99, 100 pitches, whatever it was. Didn't want to come out of the game, but I felt like it was the right time with the right guys to come in and help us out.
There you go. The second baseman, though, Ketel Marte, did leave that game yesterday, fouled a ball off of his foot, which is never fun, but it happens a lot in Major League Baseball. Tried to go out there and play some defense, but couldn't do it. Came out of the ball game. These were Torey's comments after the game last night.
He's got right foot contusion. He fouled that ball off his foot. And I knew that it got him good. I could tell by his body language he wasn't feeling good, and it just got to be too much. But, the way I look at it, and X-rays were negative, so I think we're in a good spot so far. He's one of the best players in the National League, and I want him on the field. But at a certain point, we got to be smart about it. And I think it just got to be too much for him, and he let us know. The next steps are to see how he feels over the coming 24 hours. I'll pencil him in right now to start at second base in Minnesota on Friday.
So let me ask you that last part of that right there. I'll pencil him into the lineup at second base on Friday. Was that a subtle message from the skipper there? Because again, we've had this conversation about Ketel Marte missing a lot of games. Was that a subtle message that said I'm penciling him into the lineup? In other words, Torey Lovullo saying I expect Ketel Marte to be able to play
maybe
on Friday because they're off today. Tomorrow's the first game of the series in Minnesota.
Maybe Torey Lovullo knows that Ketel Marte has some kind of Timberland like hybrid cleat where it's got a little steel toe there, so it couldn't have been too much of an injury.
And not only that, but let's be honest here. If you had been around the amount of injuries that Torey Lovullo has had to deal with this season, I don't think I'm writing anybody's name in pen for the remainder of the year. You're writing those in pencil, and you're writing it very, very lightly. Because I'm sure that an umpire, if he has to see that he really had to erase that name with fervor, is going to look at this and say, you just made this like 2 seconds ago, didn't you?
Well, remember the first game of the year?
Yes.
When his starting pitcher didn't have the routine that he had been used to? Like
Exactly.
that started before
We should have known that was going to be the omen for the season right there. the Corbin Burns' routine was all messed up.
We're scratching our opening night pitcher 2 days before because he didn't have his routine.
Yep.
All right, 520-848-1290, 520-848-1290. Again, short show. We've got you till about 4:30 NFL Thursday Night Football. I'll get to my props here after the top of the hour. I got a bunch of props for the game tonight. Plenty of time to get those in ahead of kickoff, which is at 5:15 between the Commanders and the Packers. Dragon Ball has everything. We'll get to that. We'll get to that after the top of the hour. Dragon Ball has everything happening here in sports in Southern Arizona as well as around the world.
Well, Arizona football starts off the weekend early tomorrow, but that's more so in that it starts earlier than usual. Friday kickoff instead of Saturday kickoff. That game slated for about 6 p.m. tomorrow when the Cats of Arizona battle the Cats of Kansas State. And looking elsewhere around the campus, which, by the way, that game tomorrow, retro night, so be sure to go ahead and dress retro for the Cats. And other things going on around the campus. Volleyball heading up to Seattle, take part of the Washington tournament, while men's and women's tennis continue with their battle out in San Francisco in the Battle of the Bay tournaments there. Triathlon starts early on Sunday out in Loma, Colorado for the Desert's Edge Collegiate Cup, and soccer battles Grand Canyon University on Sunday as well. And while men's basketball isn't playing anytime soon, the fresh faces are still getting their work in as they prepare for the season, including Bryce James, as he spoke a bit today in a press conference on a multitude of different topics, including the best asset he brings to the team and who is taking him under their wing.
Yeah, definitely Jaden Bradley. He's been around in the college scenery for a little bit. So, him just coming up to me, like even when I'm having a bad practice, he's always saying, just keep my head up, you're gonna be good. So, just having JB around, it's been a good experience.
Again, the Red Blue Showcase is still slated for October the 3rd, so be sure you get your tickets over at McHale Center. And the NCAA has announced that 13 men's college basketball players from 6 different schools have been involved in a gambling scheme, including betting against their own teams, game manipulation, and sharing information with third parties for gambling purposes. Now, the players formerly associated with Eastern Michigan, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina, A&T, and Mississippi Valley State are all under investigation, though the players' names were not listed, and none of the players currently enrolled at the schools where the infractions occurred, according to the NCAA. And I'm Dragon Ball with your 2020 Sports Update on Wildcats Radio 1290.
It's DK on the Sports Tip. Did you hear what we were talking about? An American male has not won a Grand Slam tennis tournament in 22 years. One question I want to ask about this, though. I just wonder if the phenomenon that was Tiger Woods siphoned off a lot of American kids from playing tennis and had them picking up golf clubs instead. DK on the Sports Tip, Monday through Fridays at 3, right here on Wildcats Radio, 1290.
From the AutoNation Honda and BMW of Tucson Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather together. With collisions reported 12th Avenue and Valencia, Silver Lake and I-10 on Silver Lake at I-10 and Alvernon, north of Grant with some southbound slowing. Also backups both directions on Swan at Grant and slowing both directions on Country Club approaching 6th Street. So rain is possible after 5 this afternoon. Tomorrow, 96 with a 20% chance of rain and 98 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather together.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Tucson, get ready for a weekend of cultura, comunidad, and Chicano vibes. Join us September 27th and 28th at the Mercado District's MSA Annex, just off Congress west of the freeway, for a 2-day festival that celebrates our roots and rhythms. Experience the vibrant world of hip-hop with a b-boy dance competition, live graffiti art, local vendors, and a concert you won't forget. NB Riders live at 7 p.m. Plus, a tribute to Tucson's Chicano heritage with the car show, fashion show, spoken word, social justice tables, delicious food, and mucho más. Don't miss the Cultura and Chicano Vibes Festival, where tradition meets expression. More info at ChicanoVibes.com. Vibes with a Z.
And this Friday, we have a sweet deal for you. From Chicano Vibes Festival, hosted by the Mercado District. You can buy a pair of tickets to the Chicano Vibes Festival for just $20. Originally, $40. This sweet deal goes on sale Friday morning at 8:30 at WildcatsRadio1290.com.
There are many reasons you might need Dorado Rockin' Materials. A few bare spots in the yard. The driveway needs filling in. Or it could be that the yard needs a whole makeover. Whatever the reason, if your yard has the summertime blues, Dorado Rockin' Materials has everything from sand to boulders and every rock and pebble in between. If you need help spreading it, we have options for that too. Call 400-4233. Dorado Rockin' Materials. The right service, the right product, the right price.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigLoot.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Ugh, no, not the sink. Not now.
Plumbing issues can put your life on pause. But with anytime emergency scheduling, the Neighborly Done Right promise, and more, Mr. Rooter Plumbing will have your life flowing again in no time.
All fixed. Much better.
Mr. Rooter is proud to cheer on the Cats. Mention this ad for 10% off any plumbing service. A win for the whole family. Bear down, Arizona.
Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a Neighborly company.
KCUD Tucson, a Cumulus Media station. The Wildcats Radio 1290 studios are brought to you by ICCU at ICCU.com. We are your home for Arizona athletics. This is Wildcats Radio 1290.
DK on the sports tip. Wildcats Radio 1290.
Hour number 2 of the show is a short hour. In fact, it's just a half hour. We've got you till 4:30. NFL football coming up. Thursday night football, the first official Thursday night game, because last week was opening night with the Cowboys and the Eagles. It'll be the Commanders and the Packers, another NFC game coming up for you. Second time we'll get a chance to see Jacory Croskey-Merritt. Bill, I heard they did a funny little video of him to the old Schoolhouse Rock song, I'm Just a Bill. I didn't actually see it, but I saw some people tweeting about it. I'll have to watch that before the game tonight. Time now for our BetMGM Network top plays, and we got off to a good start with last night. We had again, we've been betting a lot of Paul Skeens this season, and Paul Skeens came through for us yet again.
Beavers at second. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. 200 strikeouts for Paul Skeens of the Pirates.
Congratulations to Paul Skeens.
Just the 4th Pirate right-hander to do that in any season.
All right, we had the Pirates and Orioles under 3.5 runs in the first 5 innings last night, and that came to fruition. It was a 1-1 game after 5, so we picked up a nice $11.22 on that bet right there.
14 more seasons to go.
Yep. There you go. 200 strikeouts for the big guy.
15 seasons of 200 or more strikeouts is the record.
Yeah.
15
He didn't have 200 last year, did he?
No, in fact, I looked it up. 173, and it's because he pitched.
Yeah, because he only pitched
only 170. He pitched like 60 more innings this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So.
But yeah, Nolan Ryan, obviously, with the 15 seasons of 200 Ks or more.
All right, Thursday night football. We got a bunch of props. Let's see what the folks at BetMGM Network have for you today.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day is the Mets on the money line over the Tigers at -140. Mets starting pitcher Nolan McLean has been incredible since coming to the big leagues, posting a 3-0 record with a .89 ERA. The Tigers are one of the best teams in baseball, but over the last month, it's been the Mets with the much better offense. New York has the second best batting average as a team in the big leagues in August. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly. I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day is the Phillies on the run line at +118. Ranger Suarez has been electric in his last.
All right, so we don't have the recorded one from today. We'll try to get that for you maybe a little bit later. But the play was Terry McLaurin. An anytime touchdown in this ball game. Terry McLaurin, an anytime touchdown at +180. Dragon Ball. Apparently, Terry McLaurin has scored a touchdown every time he's played the Green Bay Packers in his career.
Well, if he scored a touchdown every time he's played the Green Bay Packers, then yeah, you want to take that bet. The big thing is whether or not do you want to take the Commanders in Lambeau. Do you want to know the last time that the Washington team won in Green Bay? Go back to Jay Schrader in 1986, if memory serves me correctly.
So that would be 3 games.
3 games.
3 touchdowns.
Oh, man. There you go.
1 each and 3 games.
3 games. Yeah, it's not a lot of games. Yeah, it's not a lot of games. But
well, they're calling him Scary Terry versus the Packers, but 3 games, 3 touchdowns.
So we've got a little bit of a debate here inside the BetMGM Network house. We've got Ryan Horvat, who believes that he's taking the Packers minus the 3, and we've got Sammy P, who is taking the Commanders plus the 3 tonight. After what I saw last Sunday, and obviously as Dragon Ball just intimated, the Packers are the home team in this game. I think I'm taking the Packers and laying the 3 points is how I'm going on. I'm siding with Ryan Horvat on this one, taking the Packers and laying the 3.
I definitely think you got to take the Packers for the win in this particular contest, just because.
This is not the money line. Are you taking the 3 or laying the 3? This is not the money line. This is the spread.
I'll go ahead and I'll say that I'll take the 3. I'll take the 3.
So you're going to take the Commanders in the 3.
Take the Commanders.
All right. So then, we got to figure out which way we're going on this. So you are the deciding factor then, Mr. JW Madden.
I don't bet against the Packers at home.
Okay, see, there you go. That's what I would say too. So we are the official station play on this is going to be Packers minus the 3 points.
You want to know their all-time record, Lambeau? 264 and 133.
That's the Packers.
Crazy.
Yeah.
264 and 133, guys.
And we've got one more for you. How about Jaden Daniels over 48.5 yards rushing in this ball game?
He's going to be chased by Micah Parsons all game long. He's going to scramble at least once or twice in this contest.
Well, once or twice ain't going to get you. I don't know if that's going to get you 48 yards unless you got a big run in there.
They're going to do a lot of strong, whatever side Micah happens to line up on. They'll do a couple of those. They like to do a couple of different quarterback design runs. I say they're going to run it away from Micah as much as they possibly can.
He had 11 for 68 in the first game.
Yeah. Yeah, 11 for 68 in
11
against the Giants.
For 68 yards
the Giants.
in game 1. So
that's
over under 48, was that the number?
Yeah, 48.
Yeah, I think over.
I think over on it.
All right. So we're going to take Jaden Daniels over 48.5 yards. We got Terry McLaurin with an anytime. Do we like that, Terry McLaurin? Anytime touchdown?
I'll take that.
Okay, we got to take that.
Never bet against scary Terry.
And we got the Packers minus 3 over the Commanders. We'll see if we can come out with our winning ways on that right there. 520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. All right, we were out on location yesterday, had a fabulous time at Showtime Cards. We're going to be out there once every month. It's going to be Wild Card Wednesdays, so we got 11 more. We're going to be out there once every month for a full calendar year. I'm going to have to plan my vacations around our outings out at Showtime Cards. But it's going to be a lot of fun. We opened up some boxes. I got some more I haven't opened up. I should have brought some in here. Maybe I'll go out in the next break and get a pack, and we'll open up another pack on the air from yesterday. But some good stuff out there with George Murray's and company, and really looking forward. And don't forget, check them out. They're going to be out at Soul Sports tonight. In fact, to make your bets, the bets we just gave you, head on out to Soul Sports and make those bets in-house at the Casino del Sol. And you can see George and his team out there. They're going to be breaking boxes out there for you tonight during NFL Thursday Night Football, which, again, you can hear right here on Wildcats Radio 1290 with our coverage starting at 4:30. And so we were out there last night, and it really wasn't necessarily the appropriate form to kind of address a little bit of what's happening in the United States right now. But I did want to touch on it because, again, it is the news of the moment, and that was the tragic murder yesterday of conservative pundit Charlie Kirk. And I said this during the summer and back last year when the current president, there was an assassination attempt against the current president. And I hate to what I tweeted out yesterday was this has got to stop. It's just a simple statement. This has got to stop. This is not who we want to be in this country. But I'm sad to say, and I've said it before, right now, this is who we are. This is who we are. And the sad part of it is really, when you look back at the history of our country, this is who we've always been in this country. There has been political assassinations throughout time since this country was founded. If you want to go all the way back to Abraham Lincoln being the first high-profile political assassination in this country. I was born 6 months before the assassination of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, which months later was followed by the assassination of Democratic political candidate Robert F. Kennedy. So this is who we've always been. And it's I can sit here and say that this is not who we want to be. And we're at it. I think we go through these phases where the temperature gets turned up in this country, like maybe it was in 1967 or 1968, I should say, shortly after I was born. We're at one of those places right now. We are definitely at one of those places right now where we've seen in the last year plus an assassination attempt on a presidential candidate, the murder of two political officials in the state of Minnesota, or one political official and her husband in the state of Minnesota, and now the assassination of a political pundit that we saw yesterday in Charlie Kirk. We are at one of those moments in this country where we've got to decide as a people if we want to turn this temperature down and not allow these things to continue to happen.
You know what really brought Americans together, David Kelly?
What's that?
September 12th, 2001. And today being the never forget anniversary of the towers, I think there's a lot of moments in our country's history where the idea that coming together, as opposed to adding more gasoline to the fire, right? Finding a way to bond as Americans, all with a common goal of making America as good a place as we possibly can to live in. And it's just ironic to me to some degree that today's September 11th, and to me, like remembering everybody across both aisles coming together in that moment in time, just after the September 11 attacks, something similar needs to happen. Otherwise, this is just going to continue, as you just said.
Yeah.
And also, I would like to say, since we have a moment, there was also another shooting in Colorado at a school yesterday around the exact same time. So gun violence, as usual, in public places is out of control.
And as we speak right now, there's also a situation happening at the Naval Academy in Annapolis as well.
Yes, and there's been a bunch of bomb threats today, and a bunch of HBCUs were closed down.
Yep.
So, yeah.
No, there's a lot of powder keg things happening right now, a lot of very angry, very agitated stances on every corner and every aisle. Maybe it's time to try to find something.
I just want to say I love you guys.
Yeah.
Love absolutely.
You too,
that's all.
Love you too, J-Dub. Definitely. 520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. We will take your text if you want to vent it all about what's happening right now in our country. We'll be joined here momentarily by the fourth member of our team, Cricket. Cricket, we were just talking about just some of the events of the last 24 hours with the tragic murder of Charlie Kirk, the shooting at the school in Colorado. There's an incident on the Naval Academy today. And what I said is that it's unfortunate that this is always, this is not who we want to be as a country, but it's who we've always been as a country, because there has been political assassinations going all the way back to Abraham Lincoln. And I stated, I 6 months after I was born, the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, the assassination of Democratic presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy. It seems we get into these cycles where it is heightened, and we are in one of those cycles right now.
Just feels sickening.
Yeah.
And frightening.
It is. Very frightening. Very frightening indeed. I know did you do the walk today?
No, I didn't.
No?
I had to work this morning. But
that's right. Yeah.
I heard that it was just an amazing event.
Yeah.
And so many people there, and they would ring a bell. Each person, I believe, carried a photo of a life that was lost. And then after they complete their steps, they ring a bell, and then, I want to cry. Then they read the person's name, because then their idea is that once you say the name out loud, they're never forgotten.
Right.
So
absolutely.
I'm glad so many people showed up and were able to do that.
It's a fabulous event. The remembrance of the towers and walking the steps. I know there's been some years they've had it at Arizona Stadium. There have been other years they've had it downtown at the Tucson Arena, but it's always an event that is very well attended here in Southern Arizona, allowing us to have that moment where we never forget what happened 24 years ago today, for sure.
Yes.
All right, Cricket is getting you home now, as she always does, every 20 minutes on the fives with your traffic and your weather.
And from the Auto Nation Honda and BMW of Tucson Traffic Center, it's Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather together. Collisions reported Prince Road west of Tucson Boulevard, Ina, and Camino de la Tierra. Also a wreck on Pantano right between 22nd Street and Broadway. Got some slowdowns both directions of traffic on Country Club at 5th, 6th Street, backed up southbound La Cholla at Ajo, and also on westbound Ajo Way at Mission. So rain is possible after 5 this afternoon. Tomorrow, 96 with a 20% chance of rain and partly cloudy, 98 now. I'm Cricket with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather together.
This report is sponsored by Superstar Car Wash.
Superstar Car Wash, the car wash with superpowers. Sign up for a free car wash today. That's right, totally free for a limited time. Because we love what makes you shine. See website for details.
If you are a fighter, Modelo is your reward. So listen close. You put up with a lot, but you always hold it down for your people. You are strong, you are fearless, you are the baddest on the block. You are an elbow grease factory, a force of nature. You are not to be reckoned with. You are a ride or die, a powerhouse of productivity. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. You've earned every last drop of this rich golden lager, so raise it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Sean Furrier here for Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. Whether you're new to Arizona or you've been driving here for decades, we all share the same roads and the same extreme driving conditions, like extreme Arizona heat, extremely large potholes, some extremely flooded roads, and there's always extremely distracted drivers, pedestrians, and that guy who drives a scooter backwards into oncoming traffic. You're driving in the world's largest video game, stopping, starting, turning, heating up, and cooling down. And that's just your afternoon commute. Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care's 14 award-winning locations have been helping drivers just like you get home safely for over 60 years. With top-quality tire brands, no hidden extras, and one low price. Jack Furrier has everything you need to stay in the game, like wheel alignments, batteries, brakes, air conditioning, service at prices that won't break the bank. Ask a neighbor or friend about Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care's friendly service, or stop by, make an appointment online, or call ahead to the local's choice. Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care, since 1960, here to get you there.
Tucson, get ready for a weekend of Cultura, Comunidad, and Chicano vibes. Join us September 27th and 28th at the Mercado District's MSA Annex, just off Congress west of the freeway, for a 2-day festival that celebrates our roots and rhythms. Experience the vibrant world of hip-hop with a b-boy dance competition, live graffiti art, local vendors, and a concert you won't forget. NB Riders live at 7 p.m. Plus, a tribute to Tucson's Chicano heritage with a car show, fashion show, spoken word, social justice tables, delicious food, and mucho más. Don't miss the Cultura and Chicano Vibes Festival, where tradition meets expression. More info at ChicanoVibes.com. Vibes with a Z.
And this Friday, we have a sweet deal for you from Chicano Vibes Festival, hosted by the Mercado District. You can buy a pair of tickets to the Chicano Vibes Festival for just $20. Originally, $40. This sweet deal goes on sale Friday morning at 8:30 at WildcatsRadio1290.com.
This is Ron. I'm the president of Alaskan AC. Our main job is keeping you comfortable, and we hope that puts a smile on your face. But we recently met someone we just made smile just by being on the radio.
I giggle every time I hear you guys come on. My daughter laughs at me because I can hear the jingle start and I immediately turn the volume up.
That's our new friend Charisse. Not a customer, just somebody who needed a laugh, and we just happened by.
My husband passed away 5 years ago. I was diagnosed with cancer 5 years ago. I fell into a very dark depression. You guys make me so happy, so I can't say thank you enough. I really, truly can't.
That's awesome. No matter how we made you happy, we just want to say thanks. You're the reason we've been keeping Arizona chill since 1972.
The Grizz cracks me up, and I've actually repeated it to people because some of them don't know who you guys are. Mm-hmm. So I have to say, oh, you have to listen to them. They're so funny.
Reach out anytime at AlaskanAC.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Clicks don't show the full picture, but Cumulus Digital does. We show you exactly who saw your ad by name and address, and our campaigns beat industry benchmarks by over 25%. Visit cumulusdigital.com today to start outperforming.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Just 1 week into the season, the 49ers are already dealing with multiple injuries, including one to their starting quarterback, Brock Purdy. Head coach Kyle Shanahan says Purdy, who's dealing with a left shoulder and toe injury, is a long shot to play Sunday against the Saints. Shanahan added it could be a multi-week injury. Mac Jones is in line to start if Purdy can't go. Meantime, the Packers signed wideout Christian Watson to a one-year $13.25 million extension, according to NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Watson is currently on the physically unable to perform list while he recovers from a torn ACL he suffered last season. And Falcons head coach Raheem Morris says he expects wide receiver Drake London, who suffered a shoulder injury last week against the Bucs, to play this Sunday against the Vikings. Morris added, quote, "Drake is Drake. He's ultimately tough." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
DK on the Sports Tip. Wildcats Radio 1290.
Bear down, Wildcats fans. Wildcats Radio 1290 is proud to bring you all of the football insights from our Arizona insiders. Our Arizona insiders are brought to you by Modelo, brewed for full-time Cats fans. Modelo, an official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics.
All right, the Wildcats have not played a ton of Power 4 home non-conference games in recent years, but they get one on Friday when the Kansas State Wildcats come to town. Please be joined for our Wildcat Insider segment by Kelvin Efon. Kelvin, we've been saying that outside of Territorial Cup games, this might be the biggest home game we've had here in 10 years because it's the most important, I think, of the Brent Brennan era in this second season, off to a 2-0 start and a chance to maybe stretch that to 3-0 going into the bye week. And just because last year the way they got off to the start, going on the road, losing at Kansas State, getting blown out in the Big 12 home opener against Texas Tech, you never really felt like there was a big home game last year.
Yeah, man. I mean, because it wasn't a lot at stake. Right now,
right.
Having them coming in right now, we're 2-0. You get this win, you're 3-0. You're building a lot of more confidence because, again, it's not a actual conference game, but it's a conference foe at the end of the day. So, yeah, it's a huge game for these guys because they want to know that they can compete against this level so they can have a chance to win at the Big 12 level and win a Big 12 championship.
These were and was one of the things we talked about during fall camp that there weren't a lot of, Rich Rod never really scheduled a lot of, I think he scheduled, they played one Power 5 team in the non-conference during the 6 years that he was here. It takes me back to when I first got here in Stoops, because Stoops did so. You know, we played Iowa, we played Oklahoma State in the non-conference, and I just remember the environment. I still remember to this day that Iowa game here. I want to say it was 2009 when they came in here, and how excited the crowd was that night. That's what I'm hoping for this particular game on Friday night. That same excitement, pack the house, and really rain down what Arizona football is on a big time opponent coming in here.
You know, it's going to be on Fox, so it'll be a great look to have that stadium packed for recruits, for the future of the program. But I just think for even the guys on the team, I mean, a Friday night, you kind of wish it was Saturday, but, you know, Friday night, it kind of throws things off a little bit. But at the same time, man, if you want to be a big-time program, your fans have to show up for games like this. And I know for a fact, you know, from all my years being around Arizona and the football program, these are the games that fans for sure show up so they get a chance to really see what the team is about.
We're chatting with Kelvin Ifan. He's our Arizona Insider, brought to you by Modelo. Modelo is brewed for full-time Cats fans. Modelo is an official corporate partner of Arizona Athletics. Kelvin, as you look at this game, begin to break it down on the front side, what are some of the important things that you want to see from Arizona on Friday night?
Well, number one, man, you know, to be a big-time program, man, you got to be able to move the ball and get first downs. So get first downs, man, and on third downs, man, you got to convert to keep them chains moving. I think Army beat Kansas State because they took control of the clock, put Kansas State in a situation where it was tough for them to get any rhythm. I think that's the same type of thing that you want to do with the run game and with the short passing game. So yeah, just you know, trying to be aggressive and understanding that if you keep the ball out of their hands, you can get a lot done.
You know, we were just talking to Brian Jeffries in the last hour, Kelvin, and that was one of the things I asked him was, you know, again, the Army, you just basically suffocated the clock away on Kansas State. And this is an offense in Seth Dagey. They want to go fast. I mean, and I think we're going to find out how adjustable they are to maybe if you do get a lead, can they slow that tempo down and really work that clock and try to keep the ball out of the hands of Avery Johnson in that offense?
Yeah, you know, you want to try to score as many points as you can, I think. But I think Kansas State, man, I watched them in a couple games here this year. Iowa State was one in particular. I actually watched all three games, North Dakota, because I got a kid from Tucson that plays for North Dakota. So anyway, watching all those games, I noticed that if they're not in rhythm offensively, they're just not the same team. I think you keep that quarterback from where he's getting comfortable. And so, yeah, whatever we can do, I think you can slow down the pace of our offense by just running the ball and then just having Noah hold the clock, hold the ball and let the clock run a little bit if we get up. But from the beginning, you got to just play your style, though. You got to play your style, try to move the chains, try to get touchdowns with the quick play that they're doing. But if we do get up, I'm sure some type of way they're going to figure out a way to run the clock.
All right, shout out this young man that's on North Dakota's team that you work with.
Jamal Young the second, kid that grew up playing basketball, man. Then he moved to Phoenix and played basketball for like 2 years and ended up going to Arizona State as a walk-on, and now he has a D1 scholarship and NIL and everything up at North Dakota.
That's awesome. Jamal Young. We'll keep an eye on him as the season goes along. We're chatting with Kelvin Ifan. He is your Arizona Insider for this Thursday, brought to you by Modelo. Modelo is brewed for full-time Cats fans, and Modelo is the official partner of Arizona Athletics. Thursday Night Football coming up for you. Kelvin, we're going to get a chance to see Bill tonight on the main stage. Got off to a great start with a touchdown last week. Did Jacory Croskey-Merritt in the Commanders' win against the Giants, but this is a different Giant in this Packers defense led by Micah Parsons. Not going to be as easy for him and Jaden Daniels to get things done today on the road. Do you have a feeling about how this one might go tonight?
Yeah, on the road it gets a little bit tougher. I think, Green Bay got a little bit of momentum making that trade with Parsons, and they're playing some good defense. So got to kind of side with Green Bay, depending on what that spread is.
Yeah, it's 3. We decided we are taking the Packers and the 3 points in this game tonight.
I will agree.
There you go. Hey, appreciate it as always, Kelvin. We'll see you out on the mall tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Right now, guys.
And that is Kelvin Ifan, your Arizona Insider, brought to you by Modelo. Modelo is an official corporate partner of Arizona Athletics. Modelo. All right, that's going to wrap up our show for today. Thanks to Kelvin Ifan and Brian Jeffries for joining us. Coming up next, right here on Wildcats Radio 1290, it is NFL Thursday Night Football. It's the Washington Commanders taking on the Green Bay Packers with kickoff coming up at 5:15. For J.W. Madden, for Dragon Ball, for cricket, my name is David Kelly. That's our time for tonight. Thank you very much for your time. We'll talk to you from the mall tomorrow, 1:30, Meridian Wealth Management, Arizona Game Day. Join us then.
The following is a presentation of Westwood.